Audio check. This is an audio test, testing audio to the live stream. Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. I'll mute it.
We're going to call this meeting to order at 4:34 p.m. Trustee Ntuk is participating remotely in Denver. And item 1.2, we're going to go to roll call. Board Secretary, please call roll.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Herlinda Chico,
Present.
Vivian Malaulu,
Here.
Ludoakcho Ntuk.
Here, if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Great. Item 1.3, public comments on closed session items. Board Secretary, any requests?
No requests.
Thank you. Item 1.4 is conference with our legal counsel, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, and we will take that into closed session. So item 1.8 is closed session, and the board will recess now into closed session at 4:35. Thank you. We're reconvening open session and calling this meeting to order. And we are calling this meeting to order at 5:30. Perfect. Just as a reminder, Trustee Ntuk is participating remotely, and so you will hear him. And we will move to item 2.2, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. And Dr. Corral, would you like to lead us? Thank you. Thank you. Item 2.3 is our land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Item 2.4, roll call. Board Secretary, please call roll.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you. Item 2.5 is a report on closed session items, and we don't have a report out. So we will move on to item 2.6, public comments on any agenda items. A total of 3 minutes will be allotted to each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. The first speaker I have is Curtis Williams.
Hi there, thank you very much. I'm speaking tonight on item 9.1, which is your new conflict of interest, or your new revised board policy for administrative procedures for conflict of interest. And earlier today, I sent you an email with some concerns about review of information for about a meeting that was a board Brown Act meeting that was no notice or information was given, and it was the SERP committee meeting from some time ago. That seems to be a project that I'm continuing to work on. But I just wanted to notice that at tonight's Board of Trustees meeting, you're reading these two items, the board policy 3050 and 3050 for the administrative thing, and it requires a change in the code of ethics, which is great. But the one problem is the management handbook has no disciplinary language of its own. Management team members shall be disciplined in accordance with the California Educational Code, administrative regulations, which is pointing back to your board policy and board information, so there's no disciplinary thing involved, and the rules and regulations of classified service. Some of you are not classified. So I just want you to look at some of the things that you need to be able to do to add to your ethics handbook so that there's some way to do discipline. And I know that you did some discipline last year with the termination of the former CHI president, Dr. Kishara Moore. And that was done without due process, of course, because there's a law that allows you to do things without due process. But none of you would want to work in a country that has no due process. And one of the things that I would just like to point out is the court has determined that due process requires at a minimum notice, which you gave, and an opportunity to be heard, which she was able to do. And the last thing was an impartial tribunal. So 3 of you voted for termination of Dr. Moore, and 2 of you decided not to, which we appreciate. So none of us want to live in a country that doesn't have due process. And in terms of an impartial tribunal, I know that Trustee Chico was involved in that announcement, so I was hoping that you would recuse yourself from that policy. So without you being there, because you were involved with her on the dais, it would be great if you could have that vote where it's 2-2, and then there would be an impartial tribunal. But of course, you don't have to do that because you can You can go with Education Code 87655, which says that you can terminate temporary employees at any discretion the day of the week, or the day of the week, anytime, and it's not subject to judicial review. So I'm hoping that you would consider what the world looks like without due process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Roberts.
Good evening, Superintendent President Munoz, Board President Chico, trustees and guests. I am speaking on academic personnel. So I noticed that, as we start the fall semester, we've got 680 part-time faculty on the list, and some who are seasoned LBCC Vikings, while others are new. Many attended last night's very informative part-time faculty orientation that was presented by Dr. Douglas and his team. We so appreciate all of them and the time they spent bringing us such valuable information. But I was struck because one of the first questions asked by a few part-time faculty was, why are we not paid for office hours? I bring this up because CHI proposed an article on part-time faculty office hours this year, and the district so far has declined to discuss it. Now, last night, we were also given the results of a student survey that indicated students wanted flexible time with their professors, yet we are not paid to provide that time. So there's a disconnect between what we know students need and the district's unwillingness to negotiate office hours. As nearby districts have realized what a benefit this is to their students to have access to all their instructors, they have been willing to bargain it, but not here, not yet. Years ago in negotiations, I remember we would compare CHI's salary and benefits schedule to other LA community colleges to show how far behind we were. And the district would say, no, we don't compare ourselves to El Camino and Santa Monica. And we pressed them and found out they compare themselves to Cerritos College and North Orange. I mean, back then we could literally look at a scattergram and we could see we were ahead in salary, but that is no longer true. And I've given you a flyer so you can see what we put together. The comparison of salary schedules shows us lagging far behind in both pay and benefits. And this has happened on your watch. So there's another disconnect here. We've had some productive conversations at the bargaining table, but at the end of the day, it seems to be the Board of Trustees who are signaling red or green lights. The board signaled a green light on negotiating disciplinary procedures, article in the CHI contract after firing Dr. Kishara Moore. So we sunshined it, we wrote it, we presented it, only to have the district decline to discuss it. Again, another disconnect. So tonight, as you approve the new hires, as we welcome the new part-time faculty into the Viking family, remember that functioning families don't throw their brothers and sisters under the bus. Offering COLA this year, but minus 1% next year and minus 1% the year after with no reopeners for 3 years.
Thank you.
Kind of throwing us under the bus.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 2.7, approval of minutes of July 12, 2023, regular Board of Trustees meeting. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees approve the minutes of the July 12, 2023, regular Board of Trustees meeting as submitted. We will have to do a voice vote, right, for each of these because of, okay, so Dr. Baxter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
That will go to Vivian Malauulu. And can we have a voice vote, please?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Trustee
Aye.
Ntuk?
Hear me?
Yes, thank you. Sunny Zia.
I, President Chico,
Yes.
I just noticed we had the board retreat and I don't see the minutes on here. Was that something that's going to come back to us at the next board meeting? I'd also flagged this, so
you.
I don't see it on the agenda. Maybe I'm missing it.
I'll defer that to Dr. Munoz.
That's okay.
Board Secretary Reese, when can we expect the?
At the
Board of-
next meeting.
At the
I
next
was
meeting?
catching up from being out at the July meeting, absent at the August meeting because I was sick. And our retreat was just very shortly ago. So I did advise that they would be at the next meeting.
And back-to-back days, full days, so.
Yeah, they will be at the next one.
Thank you so much,
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
And thank you, Trustee Zia. Item 2.8, reordering of the agenda, only for requesting to move agenda item to a different time on the agenda. Is there any requests? See none, we will move on to item 3.1. We do not have any presentations or recognitions, but we will go to our standing reports. Item 4.1, ASB President Report, Coco Dobard.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see everyone. As for my report on Monday, I attended the Citizens Oversight Committee where we looked at some of the amazing construction projects and improvements going on. Unfortunately, I will have graduated, but I'm going to come back and tell students how good they had it. And also, the past 2 days have been our ASB retreat. So we've definitely been going over leadership training, activity planning, just in general trying to get a full calendar going so that everyone's prepared and ready to go for next Monday. So that's my report. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Item 4.2, we currently have a vacancy in our student trustees, so we will not have a report there. We'll move on to item 4.3, Academic Senate President Report, Dr. Jerome Hunt.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Chico, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. I just have 2 items to report on this evening. I would first like to start by congratulating Geneva Chow, an English faculty member, on her new position as a Cultural Curriculum Audit Faculty Coordinator. I look forward to seeing the cultural curriculum audit grow and, as a result, greater help our students to be able to achieve their academic goals. Thank you, Geneva, for stepping up and leading this important effort at the college. This Friday, we are excited to officially welcome our 17 new faculty members to the Viking family as they join us for our annual College Day. The new faculty will join us at the September board meeting to introduce themselves. I am excited to welcome them and to reconnect with returning faculty and staff as we work together to show our current and prospective students that they belong at LBCC. In conclusion, I would like to wish all of our faculty, staff, administrators, and students a great start to the academic year. Let's make this year great. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4.4, Classified Senate President Report, Benjamin Chase, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Viking family, for having us here tonight. First thing I want to start off with is something that we'll see a little later on, and say thank you to Nancy, who's retiring from the college. I think I remember it's 35 and a half years that she served at the institution. And some of the photos you can see here, the one in the middle is actually from 2008. I originally thought it was from like when she started or something. And I'm like, oh no, it was more recent than that. Nancy, I remember more in the Christmas sweater because that's usually when I would get to see her as the holiday time for it. She worked in the scheduling side, and the picture up in the top left is actually from their farewell party that they did back in June for her for it. So I just want to start off to say thank you to her, especially for her service to the college for it. Okay. And to start my classified report, so when we had our previous meetings, we talked about some of the summer activities that we were going to do. One of the big ones that we got to do was the Hollywood Bowl. Next slide, please. And you can see we started out. So if anyone's ever done Hollywood Bowl and gone from Lakewood Mall, it's an awesome way to go for it. I said I was skeptical at first because the first bus I saw was a little like parking shuttle bus, and then a little bigger, and then the bus behind us was a double decker, and I was like, that's the one for me for it. So you can see us there. Next slide. And so you can see where our seats were at the Hollywood Bowl. So it was a beautiful night. There you go. Next slide for it. And you can see the group of us. There was 16 of us that went from the classified, brought some of their family and a daughter along. And we had a nice surprise. Next slide. So this is when the show's going on. You can't see who's up there now. Next slide for it. So our second surprise of the night, so Chris Tucker was an MC to start. The next surprise was Stevie Wonder for it. So I was like, okay, that's kind of worth it. And he performed over 3 songs for it. So it was kind of almost like a mini concert for him. And he was in rare form because I've seen him before and it wasn't as great. So I was like, yes, this was really good. Next slide. And then John Legend.
Wow.
So we were upset that we were on Friday's show, and originally her was supposed to be there, and then also Jennifer Hudson, who moved to Saturday, and we're like, really? But her didn't end up showing, but John Legend kind of made up for it, so we were happy for that. And so this was at the end where they were singing a happy birthday tribute for it, and so you can see all the performers. Awesome thing was Quincy's band, and what you would normally call backup singers really aren't backup singers. They're artists in their own right. And the one gentleman did one of the most incredible Thriller impressions I've ever seen. He did the full dance routine for Avery. It was really cool to see. Next slide. And so we listened to a lot of the music in some of the songs, and one of the things that came back to me, if anyone remembers, "Want to Be Starting Something." The song is a little, different, but this was the quote I wanted to use for tonight. "Lift your head up high and scream out to the world, I know I am someone, and let the truth unfurl. No one can hurt you now because you know what's true. Yes, I believe in me, so you believe in you." I took this to heart because it's a critical time for us. We have lots of new students coming to this college who've never experienced it, aren't sure, know what's going on, and showing them a little kindness, a little care that we believe in them. There's a reason why they're here. But the fact we have to believe in ourselves first, because if we don't, we're not going to be any good to them either for it. Next slide. And so this was our Senate retreat on August 17th. So you can see some photos there. CC is the past president, Jonathan, my communication coordinator, LaTanya is our treasurer, Matthew is our newest member as the senator for it. You see Eva from missions and records side, Frank, senator, Ashley in athletics, and myself. Next slide. And you can see a more group picture. So there are currently 17 of us that are serving on the academic senate. Academic senate, what am I saying? That's yours. That's yours. You wish it was only 17. Classified senate, remember what I'm doing. And this was the first time in nearly 4 years that we've actually had face-to-face time with one another. We did a retreat last year, but more than half of the folks weren't able to make it for it. So, and this is a new group. We have 8 new individuals completely on there that have never served on our Senate or on a committee. And so it was a great opportunity for us just to get to know one another and build our team and set our goals going forward, and also to select our committee chairs for the new CSAC committee and things like that. Next slide. And so this is where I was doing double duty. On the 17th was also the first year experience welcome day for it. And so I split my time between our retreat and coming back to do the presentation for it. As you can see on there, we had over 369 students attend. It was a one-on-one experience for them at the end because I stayed for any question they had about financial aid. We took care of any inquiries they had, set up opportunities for them to come see us, figure out how to do their Cal grants, which unfortunately many of them had not done yet for it, and there's a lot of money they're leaving on the table. So it was a critical time for us to interact with them. Next slide. For it, and this is to advertise a future event, and Dr. Munoz may be alluding to this as well in his report. We've agreed upon doing this again. It was a great success last year. We want to expand on that, and you can see an awesome photo of those that participated for it. Next slide. And I have a very special thank you to the financial aid team. I'm beholden to them because that is the group that I am part of. This is a super critical time, and as I was talking to Dr. Douglas, Dr. West a little while ago, on our remote day on Monday, which most didn't know we were going to have, we ended up serving almost 300 students from home for it. I said over the SARS Zoom sessions for that. Subsequent to that, we've seen between in-office and online, a similar between 300 and 350 students for it. I said, which is a large number to see when you have 7 staff members doing that. I said, and a special thank you I want to share, we started our new work study students. We added 4 new work study students in our office, and as Dr. Munoz can attest, he's been through our area at the A building. Line management is critical because everybody just likes to group together and not pay attention to things and check in properly. It's like, I'm in line. And it's like, we have them doing door monitoring right now so we keep it calm and even in there. And so specifically, I also want to thank to our new LTE, Bianca, for it because she's helped coordinate and train the work studies because she was a former work study student for us last semester for it. And I'd like to end there and say thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Loving the camaraderie there. Looks great. Item 4.5, LBCCFA Bargaining President Report, Suzanne Engelhardt.
Good evening, Trustee Chico, Superintendent Mike Munoz, and other members of the dais. First, I want to start off by welcoming back our faculty that had the privilege of taking this summer off. Some of them in our student support services have already been here a few weeks. And I just want to thank all of you for the hard work you do year-round for our students. We are here for our students. We serve our students. And that, in any capacity, should never be questioned, and I know it's not. I want to take this time to welcome our new faculty from Computer Office Studies, John Wispolsky, from in the trades, James Holbert and Bernardino Rodriguez, from History and Political Science, Ivana Nauk and Stephanie Lira, from Social Sciences, Carmen Lager Diaz and Edward Chen. You know we have 26 departments. From Registered Nursing, a return faculty member, Jamie Lopez. There was a failed search, but they did open another med surge, which we were able to transfer one of our faculty from VN to RN. And then vocational nursing, Gina Shen and Mathilde Bolig. From physical science and geography, Liz Perez. And from mathematics and engineering, Victor Cash. From life sciences and horticulture, Sumana Pasala. And I learned that Sumana is the feminine form and Suman is the male form. So we have now two, Suman and Suman. And also from the same department, Lyles Vlasta. And from Counseling and Student Support Services, Bernadette Gonzalez, Luis Sean, Hadar Feingold. And then last but not least, out of Academic Services, Cynthia Orozco. So I want to take that time to acknowledge each and every one of them and welcome them here. I also would like to congratulate the large group that is now moving on to second year probationary, and all the faculty that tenured last year that we all had the pleasure of attending their tenured party. I also want to take the time to thank those that have retired and or resigned over this past year. So Phyllis Hall, we'll all miss her updates on information about CalSTRS and everything that is, all those emails that she would send us and keep us well informed. Dennis Miller, Eric Boren, Lisa Lyken, Marlon Jones, Chef Pierre, John David Lehman, and Anya, well, I know her as Kristen Beeler. I see her other name. I mean, so much institutional knowledge has resigned and retired. Zume, Sigrid Sexton, and then the other ones that resign, Yelena Babinskaya, Michael Neal, Carrie Ann Hoskin, Laura Marin. Their institutional knowledge is just a great loss, and they will be missed. So we look forward to a wonderful year. Our faculty belong. We're here to serve our students, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Suzanne. Item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remetta.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Chico, President Munoz, and the entire trustees. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Sorry. I can tell you, Classified have been working diligently this week getting ready for school. You know, it always comes down to the week before and there's 1,000 things to do and just not enough hands. But we're doing everything in our possible to get the school ready. There's just been, you know, the storm on Monday kind of threw us off a bit. I hate to tell you guys, but closing the school for a day causes some grief for a lot of us. Good news is, school's still standing, nothing fell down. So, you know, we're moving forward. Usual, water here and there, but you know, we'll get more of that during the year, so it won't be that big a deal. We've been planning in the future for next month, hold on, Classified Professional Development Day, which is 9/19. So you'll probably get invites. We're hoping to see you. There's going to be a luncheon involved. Thanks to Dr. Munoz, who's been strongly supporting the classified in this function to get us all together, trustees, Personnel Commission, and classified. And we truly appreciate everything you're doing to make this happen. HR is working diligently with AFT to try to make this the best event possible. We're doing lots of training on that day. So the usual, it's once a year event. We're really hoping it's going to turn out great this year, thanks to all the support we're getting from management. The other things going on, I'm in the middle of negotiating, or not me, but AFT is for the reclassification. It's been going positively. Administration has been listening to us and actually trying to make changes that are at least understanding us and giving us reasons for what their point of view is. And I'm working diligently with that team. We meet again tomorrow, so it's kind of hard to say now, but I'll give you a better report next month. But I'm happy to say that the current administration, after 7 years, has been pushing really hard to wrap this up. So I truly appreciate that, and I'm still working on that. And until we finish talking with the district, I'll let it be for now. Thank you so much. I hope to see you around in the first week of school. It'll be crazy, but we always like seeing you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, especially for that positivity. Item 4.7, Chi Bargaining President Report, Crystal Mejia. Crystal, is your leg better? Good, good.
Thank you. And I am changing my name, so that'll be
Oh.
Huckabee soon, yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Actually, it's officially changed.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And with that, good evening, members of the board and other esteemed members of the dais. First off, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did want to extend an invite to our chai mixer for fall. We will be meeting on September 23rd at 6 p.m. at Ballast Point, Long Beach. There's multiple locations, so let's make sure we go to the Long Beach location. So I would love for you guys to stop by, come say hi to some of our part-time faculty and our e-board. So my next topic, I do want to appeal to the board regarding negotiations. So I'd like to ask the board to consider settling with Chi for the 14% in salary increase that we're asking for. The counter that we received from the district, we feel is insufficient, and because we were also asked to reduce COLA every year by 1%, which is not equitable due to the cost of living constantly increasing. You know, for example, I also work at another district 15 minutes away maybe, and my starting hourly was $33 more than here. And unfortunately, fortunately, that same district has increased over 21% in the last 3 years. Unfortunately for us, as far as part-time compensation, last year we were in the lowest of the 30%. We were number 14 out of 72 in lowest paid for part-timers. So our part-time often feel you know, forgotten and dismissed just because we are usually on multiple campuses. We usually are, what do they call us? Freeway flyers. I just came from Mount Sac myself. So yeah, I was on the freeway for an hour and 15. But we don't want to continue to feel adversely affected. Last year we had a really tough year with our president being terminated, and that kind of contributed to that adverse feelings in the union, and for us to add an insult to injury, we did try to negotiate the discipline article as suggested by the Board of Trustees in December, and we were told that the district will not negotiate the discipline articles. So we kind of find ourselves in a stalemate. There's almost 700 adjuncts at this time, and I just would like the campus to please consider, we are a campus that champions equity. I'd like our part-time to also feel that equitable treatment. And so if you guys agree, this would be a great opportunity for the district to invest and support our part-time faculty. And like I said, if you want to come on the 23rd and chat with me, I would be more than happy to keep this conversation going. But thank you all. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. Appreciate it. Item 5.1, Superintendent President Report. Dr. Munoz.
Great, thank you. Before I begin tonight's, or thank you, good evening, Board of Trustees. Before I jump into my report for the month of August, I'd like to just also echo Ben's sentiments around how quickly the campus was able to mobilize on Monday in the wake of the tropical storm, what we know was Hurricane Hillary. I want to thank Dr. West and his team for his leadership. We had facilities here at like 4 a.m. checking all sorts of facilities to make sure they were safe, from roofs to puddles outside in the parking lot to trees that were blown down. So again, the team and facilities, we appreciate you so much for really just stepping up and making sure that everyone was safe. I want to thank the Student Services Department for their flexibility to continue to serve students. You know, the message, we didn't want it to be that we were closed. That was not the message. It was that we were serving students virtually. As you know, this is a pretty big week leading up to the start of the semester. So again, I just want to thank ITS, marketing and communications for getting information out, facilities, student services, academic services, everyone who really pulled together to ensure that Monday had the least amount of impact as possible on our students. So thank you. So let's start with some great news. Enrollments for fall 2023 are up and we continue to increase. We remain on track for restoration to pre-pandemic levels and for achieving the 2026 strategic plan goal for FTS growth. This is really important. I was at a meeting today, the LR19, which is all the 19 LA County college presidents were together for the LRC retreat, and a lot of folks are still really struggling with enrollment. And just to give you a sense, we're only about 600 students away from our pre-pandemic enrollment. That's unheard of. Very few schools in the region are that close to closing that gap. So very proud of all the work that's been happening. Also just want to share a little bit about fill rates. Fail rates are also increasing, and in-person fill rates are the highest that they have been since the pandemic started. So our current fill rates are approximately 81% compared to last semester at 68%. Wow. So we're seeing the demand for face-to-face really increase, which we haven't seen for several terms. So we're really starting to feel like things are starting to feel like it was before the pandemic. So we had our largest contingent ever in a parade walked the route of the 40th annual Long Beach Pride Parade. It was hot, but LBCC was on fire with representation from our Board of Trustees, students, faculty, staff, our families, our fur babies, and friends. We have come so far these past few years, and I'm both grateful and proud that the LBCC family took time out on a hot summer day to celebrate at one of our city's biggest events. So check out this video that tells the story so well.
My name is Dr. Mike Munoz, and I have the privilege of serving as the first out superintendent president of Long Beach City College.
It was a really special day, and I can't, that deserves a round of applause. It was a beautiful day of inclusion and celebration of our community. I think my favorite part of the day was seeing all the participants in the street parade chanting LBCC as we walked down the street. It was deafening at one point. On July 27th, LBCC hosted a Chief Information Systems Officer Association event. 32 of the 38 Southern Community College districts sent representatives from their technology teams. This was the first CISOA sponsored professional development event of its kind and a great opportunity for us to show off how awesome our liberal arts campus looks, And we can see our very own team right there in the photo. It brought the experts together who specialize in information security, networking, technology services management to discuss high priority technology issues affecting all California community college districts. LBCC would like to thank CISOA for selecting us to host this event. So we already know that Long Beach is the hometown of many talented rappers. Last month, we had a chance to welcome a Shady Blue. We teamed up with the Long Beach Boys and Girls Club, Universal Music Group, and their Music Makers of Tomorrow program to make this event happen. Club members were treated to an in-depth conversation with the up-and-coming Long Beach rapper and even had a chance to show off their own beatbox and freestyle skills. Very special thank you to our theater team, as well as Dr. Tracy Carmichael and Carl Kemp, who helped carry this vision to fruition. Board President Chico spent her birthday with LBCC on July 26th as we celebrated the children and sponsors of the Summer Wellness Youth Camp. The foundation staff pulled together a great event to celebrate the partnership with the California Aquatic Therapy and Wellness Center, also known as Pools of Hope. This was the inaugural 6-week summer wellness camp, which hosted 150 children from the underserved region of North Long Beach. Many thanks again to the Munzer Foundation, Miller Foundation, and Aquatic Capital of America Foundation for teaming up with the LBCC Foundation on this life-changing and possibly life-saving swim camp. Earlier this month, we celebrated a cohort of 18 LBCC faculty, staff, and our very own Board of Trustees VP, Vivian Malauulu, who are beginning their new ASU EDD program at LBCC this fall. The 3.5-year program will be mostly online and asynchronous, and LBCC will provide additional community building and professional development activities. The ASU curriculum will allow the cohort opportunities to apply theoretical frameworks and inquiries to issues relevant to our community colleges here in California, but specifically at LBCC. I am confident that our first cohort will thrive in this innovative program, which adds a new level of educational credibility to our college. I'm really looking forward to seeing the outstanding scholarship that I know this cohort will contribute, which will ultimately benefit our students. A special acknowledgement to the LBCC Foundation for contributing $20,000 towards employee scholarships for this program. I'm happy to report that more than 160 of our managers attended an all-day professional development retreat. The retreat ensured that our team received important HR-related training, and we learned important skills about giving and receiving feedback from Alonzo Emery, a Harvard-educated lawyer and expert in the field. We were able to, with the generous support from the school's First Federal Credit Union, we were able to purchase the book, Thanks for the Feedback, for all members of our management team. It was insightful and fun for all and will ultimately improve communications and morale in the workplace. Lastly, we had a great turnout with our first Discover LBCC event that took place here at the Liberal Arts Campus last Friday. Councilwoman Megan Kerr joined with Dr. Baxter to host a concert in the park here at LBCC featuring local favorite cover band Night Rider. I know Dr. Baxter will have more to say, but here's our video recapping Discover LBCC.
Welcome to Long Beach City College, where we're having concert on the park. We have Night Rider performing.
This is the perfect destination to host a summer concert. We are so excited to partner with Councilwoman Megan Kerr on the 5th District Summer Concert here at Long Beach City College Liberal Arts Campus.
Tonight we are having our inaugural community concert to really bring our community out onto the campus to see that it belongs to all of us.
We're your city's college, and we want you to know that you belong at Long Beach City College. So all I have to say is next year's gonna be even more fire. So be ready to bring your lawn chairs. We're talking DJ after the band, so we want it to go a little bit longer. So it's gonna be a good time. So, right, Dr. Baxter, we're gonna make this an annual event. And I know you're gonna probably talk about this in your remarks, but I think you said, and you've been here 50 years, we've never had a concert on the lawn. So
On the front lawn.
on the front lawn. Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Okay, so guess what's tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Guess what's on Friday, y'all? College Day. I'm really looking forward to this Friday's College Day, as well as starting our new academic year on Monday. I can't wait to see all of you there, and this concludes my report for this month. See you at College Day.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Wonderful report. We're going to move on to Agenda 6 with presentations. Item 6.1, a reprioritization projects and facilities update. This is an information presentation. Hakeem Chambers, Program Director, Bond Management Team, and Walter Johnson, Executive Director, Facilities, Operations, and Maintenance will provide a reprioritization of projects and facilities update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Board of Trustees and attendees, thanks. I'd like to give you a brief overview of our reprioritization updates, where we are today and as we're moving forward. So I got my notepad here, just in case you guys have questions. I want to make sure I get them down. And this will be a two-part presentation. The second part of the presentation is a facilities update that Walter will give. So we're going to tag team back and forth on this presentation. So the table of contents, I'm not going to read all of the points, but this is basically a brief update as to where we are. So the last presentation we provided, we want to provide you an update on where we are with our North Long Beach housing project, as well as our stadium athletic center complex, the student housing project, as well as our safety and through access and environmental design. Next steps, and we'll provide opportunities for you guys for questions and answers. If not, we don't answer them today. We'll make sure we answer them in time. For our North Long Beach project, just a brief update, we have currently evaluated our bridging architects. We're making a recommendation that will go before the board at next month's board meeting in September. We're really excited about the opportunities that this presents. As the presentation goes along, we'll share with you some of the initial concepts of what we're looking at that fit exactly on that site. As part of our due diligence, our environmental impact report, we're also in the process of working through the selected vendors that will go through, provide purchase orders. They'll be doing all of the due diligence, site investigation, soil testing, all of those things you need to do in preparation before moving a project forward. Our geotechnical is also part of our due diligence, where they're checking the soils to ensure that the soils are adequate for constructing and things of that nature. If not, they'll provide recommendations of what needs to be done to move forward before you build on it. And as well as our CEQA process, which is something you need to go through when you're doing large projects that may or may not impact the community. We'll also provide you a project schedule and an update as to where we are. This is our overall schedule we want to provide to make sure that we are being completely transparent and updating each and every single one of you along the way, each step along the way. I know that there have been a few questions from the last time, and we want to make sure we stand by our schedules. I see Dr. West over there nodding his head just to make sure. But it's important that each step along the way, we want to tell you exactly where we are, what's required, and what's needed. Again, your help and support is vital to this process and the success of the program, and we're sure to move this forward. We appreciate each and every single one of you, as well as the support we've received from all the departments, including the contracts department, as well as facilities and student affairs. We took a site visit to a few manufacturers. This manufacturer's name is Crate Modular. Their office sits on the borderline of basically Long Beach and Carson, right at the 405 and where the 710 meet. We toured their facility. They are one company of many in the area that take shipping containers, some ones you've seen from the docks, or the design for a shipping container, which basically it's the frame of the container itself, and they can construct it brand new. Or you can take a used container and they can adjust those. And we're looking at that as one possible concept for a basis of design for the housing, for this North Long Beach housing project. We also toured 2 sites that are currently in construction. These particular sites are in San Diego. There is one which is a smaller site on the left, which has about 36 units, and there's a larger one on the right. What we wanted to present and share with you was, given the site constraints where we are next to the Michelle Obama Library on Atlantic and 59th, that site lends itself for something similar to this. So we're looking at this as a basis of design, but this will not be the final design. This is just one of the concepts that our design architect will test. They'll work with the division of the state architect to ensure that this design meets all the current standards and safety requirements to allow students and instruction. We're looking at the bottom of the facility to have 2 large multi-purpose classrooms, as well as a small office suite for wraparound services to support the North Long Beach community, as well as housing units that are above. And we're looking at how can we position and create those to allow safety access for the students and residents who live there, but also be open for the community to go and utilize those spaces and to work with the campus to help expand the reach of the district. Moving on to our stadium athletic complex. That project is also moving along. We have our programming architect has been selected. It is PBK. They're the same architect that worked with the district on the last stadium participation project that you guys were looking at in the last year. They have the majority of information, and we're moving forward along with them because they weren't starting from scratch. They've scheduled a number of meetings. We're continuing to meet with all the different departments, as well as athletics, kinesiology, facilities, student affairs, and so on and so forth. They continue to have meetings with building user groups, with our user groups, and they're looking to probably schedule meetings with some of the folks sitting at the diocese as they move that design process along. This project too also is going to go through the same process of our due diligence. They're taking a look at the soils and then the proposed location, which is in the parking lot. They're looking at what environmental impact that may have to the community. We're hoping it's what's called a negative declaration, since the existing stadium already exists. Buildings Q&R exist here. The 2 ways to access those facilities is faculty as well as off-Conant. So that's not changing, so we're hoping that that in itself will help reduce the time it takes to look at the impact to the community, as well as allow us the information needed for our design team to move forward with the design. Geotechnical as well. So they'll do potholing in the parking lot. They'll take, imagine a bucket that you would get at Home Depot. They'll take a hole that size, drill down 30, 40, 50 feet, pull that soil up, and they'll look at that soil and test it to ensure that if you were to build something on it, can it support that? And if it does, fantastic. If not, they'll tell you the mitigation efforts that are required to make sure that you can build on it. It's a typical due diligence effort, but we're ensuring that we're crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's as this project moves forward. We want to provide you guys with an example of our schedules. We've had a few meetings moving forward. We're working with both President Munoz's schedule as well as a few others to ensure that as the project is moving along, we want to provide the Board of Trustees with an update to keep all of you informed as we move along, as well as the community, as to where we are with that project, and we're really looking forward to moving that process forward. It's going to be really exciting. This is our schedule associated with that. It basically illustrates what we talked about the last time. The goal is to have the stadium open, that facility, for May 2028. Safety access to environmental design at both this campus as well as the Pacific Coast campus. Again, working with the facilities department to ensure that we are encompassing all of the design elements of this campus as well as that of PCC, but how we can use the landscape as well as whether it be shrubbery or some type of decorative ornamental fencing or signage to help guide folks to ensure that we're maximizing the safety and opportunities for this campus as well as the other. You really want to focus folks into certain locations, so we'll involve safety in that as well to ensure that as this design process moves forward, the program continues to evolve as well, incorporating all of the input from all of the user groups to ensure that we have the best project that we possibly can. And it will also include the efforts to maintain that, what's called total cost of ownership, which is basically what do you need to do to keep the lights on, how do you keep it clean, how do you ensure that you have enough janitorial services, and all those other good things to ensure that the program is not impacted and it's open for use for the community as well as the campus. So next steps, we'll continue to refine our scope, because we have a limited budget. The conversations that I use in our meetings is not the conversation and tone that I'm using now. It sometimes gets a little aggressive, but the design and the intent is to ensure that we maximize the resources that are available to us and we provide the best product that we can for the Long Beach community, but the students as well as the campus, because they deserve it. Working with Cal State Long Beach on housing policy development. I had a conversation with them earlier this week. It was a fantastic conversation. They're moving forward with another housing project, but after that project, that campus is landlocked. So they're really interested in looking at what opportunities we may have to work with our campus as well on future projects. So those conversations are going well. They're experts in student housing, so we want to take advantage of that expertise with a sister institution that's right down the road, so we can take advantage of all of those information that they have. We can apply that to our campus and our projects as they move forward. Also looking at the policies for not just the housing facility, but also the stadium athletic complex and the total cost of ownership for all of those as well. You can't open a facility without having staff to ensure that you're running it and making sure it's staying clean, so it's enjoyable for the students in the community. So that's part of my piece. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my partner in crime here, Mr. Walter Johnson.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. As Hakeem stated, I'm Walter Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of Facilities, so I'm going to give you the construction piece of the report. Get my arrows going here. Okay, first slide. LAC Building G&H, Music Theater Complex. Very excited. Construction has started. If you're driven around campus on the corner of Harvey Way and Clark, you'll see construction. You'll see demo. You see a lot of construction equipment. Actually, the old building is almost torn down now. The contractor, from a sustainability standpoint, is piling the debris intentionally for lead purposes. So it's a lot of organized chaos, but we are very excited to get to that top picture. What you see is a finished product up there in the corner. So we're very excited, and this building will house the music, dance, radio, and TV, and theater labs. Next slide is the LAC ADA Accessibility Building Barrier Removal. What we're doing here is trying to remove barriers for our accessibility students in the buildings. We're changing doors. We're making sure that things are at the right height as far as mirrors, hallways and everything that students and faculty and some staff to be able to get around campus unimpeded and try to meet our accessibility mandate. There's another one. Very excited about this one too. Same thing. This is construction. This is MM Phase 2 over at PCC. As you can see, there's a lot of demo going on there now. We are actually, we was over there, we actually did a walkthrough today with the contractor, and they're getting ready to pour the slab. So demo is pretty much wrapped up. We're excited about getting concrete on the ground, getting the slab poured, and we're excited about getting to the final product, which is that lower picture on the bottom. Next slide is the LAC Building E Pavilion. This is our own little coffee shop that we'll have here on campus. We're excited about that because it gives our students, it gives our faculty, it gives our staff a place to mingle, a place to enjoy a good product, but at the same time give them a place just to relax. If you're in between classes or you're going to class and you just want to stop and just take a breath, this would be a good place to do that. So we're very excited about that. This project is actually scheduled to start in a couple weeks. With estimated start date is September 5th. So another exciting one. This is the LAC Building East College Center, which is be our new student center. We're excited about this one. President Munoz had a lot of input into this. We've been working with design professionals, working with Executive VP Corral and his team, trying to get the programming correct. As you can see, the finishes, that picture alone doesn't do all the justice to what's inside of the building, but it's not just what's inside of the building, you got the exterior as well. This would be the grand building for collaboration for our students. We can have events here. We can have outside activities as part of the whole quad area as well. So what we're doing, we're trying to create spaces, like I stated, for faculty, staff, and student, not just to learn. You have to learn while you're here, but we can also make the learning fun. And we also can make it a fun place to work. And so this will house the new food service dining. You have lounging space, you have meeting rooms, the student government and student life. It will house the International Center, the Social Justice, and Intercultural Center, and the Basic Needs Center.
I want to do this one.
Go ahead.
I was waiting for my turn to tag in. This project is exciting. This is the new esports space that will go inside Building M. As we were able to report out the COC meeting on Monday, this space will be truly transformational for the campus. It's not just the campus, but also for Southern California. College sports is not just football, basketball, baseball anymore. It's completely changed. They now have scholarships and provide opportunities for esports. So students will have a chance to have their own their own space with sophisticated computers, state-of-the-art computers, working with the IT department. I told them I would volunteer to test it out, just in case you need some volunteers. But this space will provide the opportunity for the students here to really recreate and really have a great time inside this space. It's also an opportunity for those folks who design video games. Video games now, as I reported out on Monday, the video gaming industry in 2022 broke the $60 billion barrier mark for the first time. The movie industry was at $77 billion. It surpassed the music industry. So it is on its way up, and it's not going to stop. So it's amazing, and you guys have seen what AI is being developed into now. This space and the spaces that we're looking to create on this campus are providing jobs that didn't exist 5 years ago. So as these buildings and these projects come online, we're providing at the forefront of the opportunity of not just STEM, but providing the future for not just the students, but what's going to happen across the globe. And it's going to be a start in this particular campus here. So this is a fantastic space I'm looking forward to, probably more so than the students, looking forward to get inside there to see what it's like, but really pushing this project to get forward and for the timeline you see up on the screen there. Sorry, I'll step in.
Oh, no problem. Okay, next slide is construction update on district-wide access control. As we stated in the past, our current access control system is obsolete. So we're excited about the new access control system, which would be a badge instead of having to punch codes into a system. You can, with faculty and staff and our students, can access those badges down at facility office in Building Z. And so the Building M project and the CLAC project was our two pilot projects. Installation is complete on both of those buildings, and so now we'll be rolling those out to the rest of campus. Next slide is the PCC solar panel project. We're excited about this one as well. Sustainability is a big part of what we do. We try to incorporate sustainability measures in all of our projects. This will go a long way in reducing our carbon footprint and also providing savings from a facility perspective, from a district perspective, from a cost-wise. This project will sit in parking lot 1 and 2 at PCC. Construction update and facilities projects group. This is a team down at facilities as well. This team handles scheduled maintenance projects. As you can see, there's several here that we're excited about. The first bullet point, which is a roofing restoration here at this building, has already started. The second from the last bullet point is the LAC PCC campus-wide light LED light replacement. That's another sustainability measure. That project has started as well on campus here. Renovation to the existing baseball field, and we're assisting with the Red Door project at North Long Beach. And Q&A.
Thank you. That was a very good job. You guys can take this show on the road. It's a very good show. Does the board have any questions? Looks like Trustee Zia. And then Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick, and I'm trying to go to the pages that you covered. Did I miss this in the presentation for the LAC different locations, student housing project? I think in June you gave an update, and you were going to come back with the location options and your benefit cost analysis. That's one question I have, if you can traverse that terrain together. And then I'm looking at that on page 4. So just for the benefit of, for my edification, and also the public has the right to know, what are these acronyms? DBE, is that design build?
Design build entity.
Entity. Okay, so you're already going the design build route. You've made that determination. That's, it appears. But on your CEQA EIR prep, you have 6 months, and yet I don't see any review time in there, and it seems to be concurrent with the design. That seems a little bit ambitious. I like it. I just haven't seen in practice, those timelines seem a little bit aggressive, but perhaps this is different. Maybe you're trying to go for a negative declaration. And so is the public going to have an opportunity to opine, be heard, and then how are you going to incorporate those comments in the design process? That's the second question. And then is there going to be a report back on what the next steps are? And then I think it was $90 million for LAC that we're using the existing bond, and the locations, if you can also cover that. If I may have missed it, I apologize. Thank you.
I'll jump. Get it right. Thank you for your questions. They're good questions. As always, very detailed and right on it. So quickly with the housing, and then I'll let the team kind of respond to the other ones. As you remember at our last board retreat, we talked about that reprioritization project. So in June, we came forward and discussed with you the reprioritization of the $90 million for housing. That was part of that. Then we adjusted in the retreat where we talked about taking $45 million of that money and putting it towards the housing, the state project, housing. So that leaves the remaining $45 million. Part of our process as we're moving forward is that our team is coordinating, that we'll bring back to you. We're looking at updating our facilities master plan comprehensively, because that will be one of the things we will look at in terms of how we're growing, where we're growing, and the changes from our old master plan that was done 2 vice presidents of business services ago. So we'll be working on pulling that information together and bringing it back to the board so that you all can have feedback, and we're going to engage the community very thoughtfully. Both Walter and Hakeem have already begun to lay out that process, and so that will be an iterative process as we go forward. Do you want to answer the other ones, Hakeem or Walter?
Trustee Zia, some of the other activities we're looking at running in parallel with one another. So while the design is going on, we can take a look at looking at what the environmental impact is. It will be ongoing throughout the entire thing. And depending on what the decision from that is, the design will adjust accordingly. But we were looking at any activity we can run parallel, we will run parallel.
Sorry, President Chico, if I may just better understand. So is this the best case scenario? Is there float built into this, or is this like your accelerated schedule? Because if you're going to have comments, I don't see that on your schedule on page 4. That may, I mean, you think within 2 months of the EIR preparation, you'll be able to, the designer will be able to include that?
The schedules always reflect, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but real life scenario. So we include float into everything we do. but we want to make sure that we're as exact as possible, because scheduling is not an exact science. It's based upon the information you've done before in the past. So as we move projects forward, as we encounter challenges and roadblocks, we challenge and we hop over them as we're going, as the information becomes provided. So we will adjust accordingly as we move along. So the schedule is just something to look at. This is our best case. Well,
Is this your longest path, critical path?
it's our best case, and which includes float.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baxter?
Yes, hi, good evening. Just two things struck me. I mean, a lot of things struck me, but I don't want to get too much into this. But you mentioned about the Child Development Center, LAC. Are we not moving that facility to the main campus? Are we keeping it on Clark?
So as Dr. West mentioned, as part of the updated master plan, we're going to look at that extensively and look what the options are, what's the best case scenario for the campus, what makes the most sense for the campus to either leave it at that facility or to bring it over this way. And we're looking at all of those opportunities. We want to keep everything on the table. And as they narrow down those options, we will bring those forth for input from
Well, my objection is, I've walked there from here. That's a hike. I can't imagine, in my stupidity, I didn't realize it was that far. And so what do you do if you're a student with no transportation? I suppose a bus goes there, but wouldn't stop there. It'd probably stop farther up. And you have small children. And so I've always advocated to have the center on campus. And I honestly don't know why it was built there to begin with. And it's been there for 40 years at least. But anyway, that's more than 40 years. That's number one. Number two, are we building a curriculum with the esports, or is there already a curriculum? Yes, okay. And is it through COS, or what department is it?
Yeah, through a multitude of departments, but some are collaborations, but our COS is taking the lead, and some of that is, we move forward. And I'm sure that there will be others that will be joining, but that's the initial phase.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. I'm all in favor, but just curious.
Can I also share, today was the LARC, which is the LA County Regional Consortium. So all 19 college presidents from LA County got together and we approved the funding that comes through the state around strong workforce. And one of the projects that were funded regionally in LA County was to enhance the curriculum around game design, gaming, because as they mentioned earlier, as Haki mentioned, it is kind of the jobs of the future. Where other industries are seeing declines, this is an industry that is yet to fully take off. So we are going to be at the forefront of this because we'll have the facilities, which will be more than just a gaming experience, but thinking about all the curricular opportunities that can be enhanced by having this, for lack of a better terms, lab on campus, this learning lab on campus.
That's fabulous. I'm all in favor. Thank you. Those were my only two questions.
Vice President Malauulu.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a very thorough update on our construction management and projects. That was really good. I don't think I've ever seen a presentation as robust and detailed. So good job, Hakeem. I'm very impressed. Two things that stand out. One is the timeline for the Veterans Stadium renovation. Obviously, that's contingent upon voter approval and a new bond measure. Is that correct?
No.
Is that because I'm looking at the timeline and it said 2028. So
it's included as part of the current bonds that we have now, not any future bonds.
Nothing
So it's
new.
included. That was part of your reprioritization. That
Got
we
it.
Changed.
Okay, so that's with the hope and the plan that perhaps our facility can be used in the 2028 Olympics? Am I putting the cart before the horse there? I'm getting too excited?
I'm going to pass this to Dr. West.
Okay. It's okay. It's just that when I read that, I was like, I hope this, this reprioritization is not contingent upon something that has to happen next year, that it's just going to flow smoothly.
No, our goal is to move as quickly as possible. We think there's some great opportunities for us potentially with
Sure.
the Olympics. We've had multiple conversations about pushing. It's also the 100th anniversary of the college. So there's many milestones that we want to hit, and we see that. And we've talked about being really thoughtful as we move forward. And again, Hakeem and Walter have put together a great timeline and are holding us to it. It's moving. So
Good.
they're doing a great job leading it.
Well, we will hold you to it too. My second comment, the slide that you showed with the containers, the housing that had the 3-story containers, this summer I was at an ACCT event in San Antonio, and you probably know the name of the building that I'm about to reference. I forget what it's called, but it's a hotel right on the Riverwalk that's built from containers. And I heard the story of how they were planning some big event on the Riverwalk, some huge convention. They didn't have enough housing. They were worried that they weren't going to make it. So they contracted an architect who built every single one of the hotel rooms off-site. And then they had a barge or a crane that would bring the hotel room complete with photographs on the wall and light fixtures and bedding on the bed, where they would just lift the container and stack it, and whoever did whatever welding to put it together, then they would lift the next hotel room. But every single hotel room was assembled, and it was so well done and near perfection that it stood the test of time. So I'm looking at these container, slides, these photographs that you're showing, and I'm remembering this hotel that's been up there since, I want to say, the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. And if someone knows the name of that building, but I was fascinated with that. And the first thing I thought of was student housing. If they can sit there and build actual bedrooms for hotels, and all they're doing is stacking them, and however long plumbing took, obviously didn't take that long because they were ready in time for their I forget what the convention was, but it was huge. So I'm gonna Google that and find some links and send it to you, but maybe we can consider or explore something along those lines to help us along the way. And from what I understand, it wasn't that expensive, right? It was the barge and the crane that cost more money, but actually putting the rooms together and decorating them wasn't that expensive.
We can provide you with a write-up and some summary of information of all of the things that you've asked. They use them for a ton of things, but for the sake of time, we can talk about this thing for hours, but we'll provide that to you so you guys can take a look at that and let us know what you think.
Good deal. Thank you.
Trustee Ntuk, do you have any comments?
I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, just want to thank Walter and Hakeem for the presentation this evening. I know this was pushed back from, I think, the retreat, and it's great to see all the different activities and plans coming together for the college. Also, I want to give a shout out to the city of Long Beach and say, thank you for their partnership, particularly around the parcels with the North Long Beach student housing location. I'm excited about bringing resources to an underserved part of our district that will help with both our high cost of housing, but also an opportunity to bring more students and increase enrollment in the area that has the most adults with some or no college education in the city, so we can continue to serve our all of our students, all of our community members. I did want to point out one thing to maybe both Hakeem and Walter on the North Long Beach housing project timeline. I think on slide 4, you have 9 months for DSA review. I just wanted to bring to your attention Assembly Bill 358 was passed by the state legislature and signed by the governor last month that explicitly exempts California Community College student housing from DSA approval. I don't know if that's going to accelerate, or hopefully, I think the goal was to accelerate the review time. But we, as an institution, took a position of support of that bill. But just wanted to see if you considered that and how that would impact the student housing construction timeline.
Yes, we've considered that as well, because the bill allows it to be exempt from DSA, but you still have to go through local approval, which is probably better for us to, because that's more control. But we want to ensure that we left that of some type of review and some type of control. We didn't want to remove that. We want to keep that in there. But thank you for bringing that up, because we better control our fate using local resources to review our drawings versus the district or state architect.
Do you have any idea what the local review times are like? If it's actually less than 9 months, or does it end up being more?
I don't, but I can usually review times are between 6 to 12 months, whether it's through DSA or state local. So we want to include, we want to split it down the middle, and we put in 8 months, whether we can be aggressive. We actually have a pre-intake meeting with our design team in the next few weeks with DSA. So we want to go back to Trustee Zia's question about the schedule, we always ensure that we include, I'm not going to say worst case scenario, I say best case scenario, and we include float in there, because you want to be as exact as possible, but not too exact to where you're short. So if we beat the schedule, then that's great. If we stick to the schedule, then that's fantastic. But our goal is to stay within the schedule we've outlined to ensure that we're maximizing the time to stay within our overall time frame of delivering the project.
Great. And last question, I'm not sure who's the best to answer this, Dr. West or Dr. Munoz. With all these reprioritization and updates, do we know when an updated 2041 facility master plan will come back to the board for ultimate ratification, or is that the plan of the process?
That is the plan and process. Again, Hakeem is already, we're already getting ready to start that process here over the coming weeks. The goal is that will come back. We want it to come back in March, April of next year is our goal, ahead of any summer decisions, so that we have a strong plan and strong kind of document that really outlines the growth of the college going forward. And not only just here on the 2 campuses, but also kind of into the community, as we've talked about looking at other opportunities throughout the city of Long Beach.
Great, thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. It really was so informative. I think, I do want to, I love Vice President Malauulu's suggestion about looking at other projects, but I think that we have to look at the projects in California since we have different construction standards. I know that I'm familiar with Crate because I toured their facility years ago in looking at housing options with Supervisor Hahn, and one of them being for student housing. We were trying to see how we can do that. I know that on their website, I don't know if they still have it, but at one point, Crate's website had a video of housing that they built, I believe, in Buena Park. So you get to see the cement foundation that has to be put in. You can't just lift something and stick it, on some dirt. There has to be a foundation there. But it does happen quickly, and it does happen at a lesser cost. So I'm glad that you're exploring those options. And then I know that Supervisor Hilda Solis, I believe, used Crate or another company and had housing built in her district as well, and it's beautiful. It looks like just in a large multifamily complex. So I would encourage my colleagues to go do some research or check out some of the videos on those projects, because there's some really beautiful facilities that have been built out of these containers. So thank you for that. I really appreciate everything, and can't wait to see where we go with this. So thank you.
President Chico, I'm so
yes,
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's you just reminded me of something that I failed to ask. The $30 million for North Long Beach, how many units would that be contemplated for?
And I'm going to give you the 30 seconds that were left in
I know,
your
thank
5
you.
minutes,
Thank you.
okay?
I appreciate it.
We're looking at approximately 30 units, plus or minus.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We are moving on to item 7.1, the board meeting schedule. We're going to discuss this and have the recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024 board meeting schedule as submitted. Does anybody have any comments?
So moved.
Well, first, we're going to let Dr. Munoz make a comment. Is that what you want to do? Okay, so moved. That was Trustee Zia. And then Vice President Malauulu. Vice President Malauulu made the motion, and Trustee Zia seconded.
Sure.
Dr. Munoz.
For discussion, I would love to just make a quick points. So as you consider your 24 meeting dates, one of the things I want to draw your attention to that was not done previously, but we think is a good habit to get started on, is including the dates for the board retreat. As you know, the last 2 years, it's been extremely challenging to find board retreat dates because many folks have already made summer plans. So we felt like if we could bring dates early and you can approve them as part of your 24 calendar, then you won't have to worry about moving your plans or, because it was challenging to find, yes, your birthday doesn't move, so we wanted to be a little bit more thoughtful about that. So that I just wanted to make sure that caught your eye before you approve this. So if you have concerns about the board retreat dates being added, that gets amended before this is approved. So, because that was a new addition, I just want to make sure you all caught that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Vice President Malauulu.
Dr. Munoz, I appreciate what you just said. I noticed that the board retreat was added. I thought that was a good move. The one comment that I would like to make, and Trustee Baxter, if you don't mind, I'm gonna include you in my comments there. Both Dr. Baxter and I made plans to travel this year based on the calendar that we approved last year. And unfortunately, because of changes that happened mid-year, we had to miss meetings that we normally wouldn't have. So I would really appreciate it if what we approved tonight remains the same, because I do plan work and family and other commitments around this schedule. So it makes for, I don't want to miss a board meeting. And I don't want to miss an LBCC board meeting after we've already committed to a time. So Trustee Baxter, I apologize for speaking for you, but I know you and I both had the same challenge earlier this year.
No, you're right.
Thank you.
And if I can say, I'm going to be gone during the board meeting, the November board meeting, but I also think it's the same time as the CCLC conference, that same week. I might be wrong, but it's November. I know what date it is. It's November 16th. And for somehow that stuck in my mind that was also the CCLC conference.
We can check that.
Yes, I know we did try to, as much as possible, project. So I'm going to also make another recommendation. We schedule on a calendar, Gregorian calendar kind of cycle, and we should probably consider an academic year approval because, as you can imagine, when you're starting to get into the second half of 24, many of those organizations that we're trying to prevent scheduling a board meeting on, they haven't published their dates. So like ACCT, the league, they haven't published those dates yet. So I think if we shifted to an academic calendar, we would probably, of a cycle of approval, I should say, I think we would have less conflicts. So that could be something that we consider next year, or we could even consider maybe only approving through June, or maybe through the summer. Let's just say through the summer, so we can at least calendarize the retreat dates, and then maybe bring back fall as we get a little bit further into the year to be able to get some of the other agendas. But that was something that Michelle and I talked about, is that some of the later 24 months, we don't have dates yet because they haven't published them.
And Dr. Munoz, I'm wrong. The board meeting is November 8th. I will be here.
Oh, that's why I was trying to clarify if you were talking about this year or next year.
No, I was talking about this year.
Yeah, so it is a week earlier. And I did check on the CCLC dates for November of 2024, and that is not till the 21st. So
okay.
Everybody gave me their conference dates except for ACCT, GLI, the Government Leadership Institute. That's the only one that's still pending.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions? Are we all okay with this? Is there going to be any amendment? Okay, so can we have a voice vote, please, Board Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Did you want to pull that?
Do we want to pull item 8.10 so we can introduce?
Yeah.
genuine foods?
So we're gonna pull item 8.10. I'm sorry?
Contracts and awards?
Oh, yeah. But other than that, is there anything else that anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda? Hear none. Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with pulling 8.10?
So moved.
Second? Can we get a voice vote, please, Board Secretary Reese?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Yeah, you said that you wanted to do that. Thank you. We're going to go to item 8.10, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Munoz. Oh, okay. So apparently we need a motion to discuss this. So is there a motion to
So
discuss?
moved.
Great, fantastic. Can we get well, let's have the voice vote. Oh, Vice President Malauulu got the second. Thank you, though. And then discussion.
Yes, so Dr. West, would you like to introduce Robert Dooley?
Yes, we're very excited today. As part of item 8.10, we have a new food services contract and vendor. And we're very excited today that Bob Dooley from Genuine Foods was able to make it here today at the last minute. He was down in San Diego, and we were thrilled that he was able to make this meeting. I'll just mention, and as I've stated in the executive summary, we're really pleased with moving forward Genuine Foods. We had an outstanding process led by Bob Raposa this year. We had a great team, inclusive of students, faculty, and staff that reviewed. We got 3 outstanding proposals from food service providers. We were very excited, had multiple interviews throughout that, and at the end, we really felt, the group felt, especially our students actually, felt strongly that Genuine Foods was the best fit for LBCC. And this contract was approved yesterday as part of our auxiliary board meeting, and that board, again, made up of faculty, staff, and students, approved, reviewed the materials, asked a lot of really tough questions, and approved it as well yesterday. So we're excited to have Bob Dooley here today.
So President Superintendent Munoz, trustees, I want to squelch any rumors that we chose Bob because it's my name. But this is Bob Dooley. He is the Senior Business Development Director for Genuine Foods. He's been heading up this process, and I have to say he's been so incredibly responsive. He came up here from San Diego. They're down there setting up another food service agreement for this meeting, just to be here to answer any questions that you may have. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to him.
I guess before questions, I was, again, quick introduce myself. I am Bob Dooley. I probably just call me Dooley, considering how many Roberts are on this campus. Like Bob mentioned, I serve as the Business Development Director for Higher Education for Genuine Foods. Before that, I was actually the director at Cal State Monterey Bay, and before that, a different university in South Dakota. So I also do operations support, and will support Long Beach specifically, as well as Grossmont-Cuyamaca Community College District, who are opening this week. And I also serve as one of the registered dietitians for our company, although I'm definitely more of a do as I say, not as I do when it comes to dietetics nowadays. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or talk a little bit about our company or the process or whatever is up to you guys.
Thank you so much for making it down here to meet with us. We appreciate that.
It was a pleasure. And I'm also a Monterey resident. I never left once I stopped working at this college, but I never couldn't leave. So
It looks like Dr. Baxter has.
Yes, hi, Bob. I've been at the college for a long time, so I want to know, even though your food is genuine, what are you going to serve?
well, we'll have a large variety of
And how will it be set up?
Well, first, it's going to be obviously a temporary service while Building E is under construction. I know that's still kind of up in the air as the timeline, hopefully sooner than later. So we are looking at food trailers as a temporary service for the liberal arts campus. We will actually start serving as soon as able at PCC as well. So we'll have a rotating menu, which we do serve at other community colleges similar to this, or smaller venues that have similar type of equipment. So we do have a lot of internal concepts that we design internally and train with chefs on site. So basically, I mean, anything you can imagine we probably do. Maybe not sushi because raw fish and everything, but we do like a variety of global and local flavors.
But like, is it going to be a food court? Is it going to be a buffet?
Yes, well, it's going to be retail most likely, so it'll be more of a food court style. The Building E is anyway. Again, I know the plans aren't final, but that is, from my understanding, it'll be more of a food court style, similar to the hangar, not too far from here.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
I mean, so it'll be different. They'll all be our internal
Yeah.
ones, and potentially actually partnering with local groups as well. We our newest procurement director actually lives in Vista, California. So actually he was with me today setting up local vendors for San Diego. So that is another potential option. But again, we have a couple years to kind of decide what we do with that, what equipment's is going to be installed. So we're really flexible, and that's kind of what we do.
Can I also speak to that? With this was a really complicated RFP because we have the Coffee Pavilion opening in ¡24.
Right.
Demolition beginning on Building E. So in a nutshell, this is going to be a 3-phase operation, okay? So the first phase is if we get your approval, they will come onto campus and start running the cafeteria at PCC.
Okay.
They're going to have a mobile kitchen trailer like Bob spoke here on campus. They're also going to run the Viking Express. So we're going to
Okay.
transition from Barnes & Noble to Genuine
Okay.
Foods to run that convenience operation. And there's also discussions of a coffee cart. That's phase 1. Phase 2 will be in spring of next year when that coffee pavilion outside of Building E
Right.
is done being built. They're going to operate that. And then phase 3 in 2027, when Building E comes online, they're going to run that. They had an incredible display of different type of menus and price points that were part of their proposal that our RFP team went through, and we were kind of blown away at the variety and yet maintaining the price point, about, anywhere between about $7 to maybe $12 for meals, breakfast and lunch. So that was part of the reason this RFP team chose Genuine Foods, and it was real close. There was a second vendor, Integrated Foods. It was like neck and neck until we had a second meeting with both vendors, and we decided almost unanimously that Genuine Foods was the best provider.
And are you going to be responsible for catering on campus?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
And do you-
Once we get the food trailer, of course, and we
Okay.
have
And-
cooking equipment.
The last vendor we had, S&B, we had to buy so much food from them, and that got to be, in my mind, a problem. Is there that same kind of contract stipulation?
No, we do not have any sort of exclusive rights, or we've not asked for that in the contract or anything like that. Our recommendation is being like the preferred provider. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's more financially makes sense for the college. But no, we absolutely do not require that. Along with that, as a part of our proposal, in being that this is a 3-phase process, including, start something not until next spring with the coffee pavilion, we'll work with you guys on who we work with as the roaster, right? So we will be the service, or we'll let you guys decide who we actually go with, whether it's like Starbucks, Pete's, or I do have a preferred, someone I'd like to work with, but I won't force that on you guys. It'll be, if we want to do taste testing, the group that I'd like to work with is, a woman-owned who ships directly from the farmers in South America, and their Santa Barbara-based company. And I've already talked to the CEO, and she will come down here for us to do free testings and stuff. So
Jenny,
that's who I'd prefer.
Are you
Thank
good? We have a lot of really great coffee roasters here in Long Beach.
Yes.
We are we're
Lots.
known for that, so keep that in mind.
Yes.
Vice President Malauulu.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Dooley.
I prefer.
Any relation to Dooley's here in Long Beach? The
I
old
am pretty
Dooley's?
sure not. So
Okay. All right. I have a couple of questions. I take particular interest to this contract because I remember the Viking News when I was teaching journalism. Our students really wrote a lot about the food services and the food choices, and it was a really important issue for our students. So I remember the frustration, and I can share some of them with you, and I'm sure our students, our ASB probably did a better job at grilling you than I ever could. But one of the problems that we had is that students felt like they were paying $1 or $2 more for something they can get across the street. And they just felt like, you know, we're here on campus. The convenience of being on campus, you know, we can walk off campus and get a sandwich or a hamburger or a burrito and save the money. We are starving college students, so that was a problem. So I just hope that when you do set your price point that you consider that. Another issue that I remember is a convenience fee for students using credit cards. And I just always think convenience fees are so unfair. They're very inconvenient. Rather than the business absorbing that expense as a cost of doing business, they pass that expense on to the customer for using and patronizing their business. So I just hope that if students have to pay with a credit card, you're not, you know, forcing them to pay convenience fees. And I'm not telling you how to run your business, but, you know, be cognizant of our students' budgets and the issues they face. Another problem, and this is just, you know, a recent issue the last few years, we've, as a society, become a little bit more health conscious with sugar intake and processed foods. And with your name being Genuine Foods, I'm just very optimistic and hopeful that you're going to focus a lot on the health of our students and providing vegan and plant-based choices and alternatives. And the last thing I'd like to ask you, if maybe you and your team could develop some kind of incentive program. So if our students are, you know, dining out at one of your, you know, trucks or the coffee shop, maybe if they eat a certain amount, they can get rewarded with something free. That way, it's like a loyalty program, and our students will feel, you know, more likely to continue using it. And the reason I say this, again, is because these are issues that our students cared about, you know, 10 years ago when I was in the classroom here. So I don't know what the issues that they care about today are, but, you know, I'm hoping that it's along the same line and you can deliver to help them.
I assure you the same things today.
Dr. Munoz.
So I just want to share with the board, first of all, Mr. Dooley, thank you so much for prioritizing and being here. You know, as we were going through board prep, it became, and the questions I was getting from the trustees about the food service contract, it became very evident to me that we should probably invite Mr. Dooley to come and be present. So I just think that shows a lot about the company and their commitment to the college. So thank you for kind of adjusting your schedule to be here. The second thing I wanted to share is I also had an opportunity to sit down with Genuine Foods before we made a recommendation to the board. And I was also very impressed by the presentation from locally sourced foods to price point to a commitment to hiring Long Beach students and local residents in the region, could be Lakewood or other surrounding communities. And so I was also very impressed with that. But one of the things that I did put as a it's not a requirement, but I think, you know, it's a priority for me, and we're going to work closely together to see this happen, is to ensure that Genuine Foods will accept CalFresh, because that's very important that students that we are working to receive CalFresh, that they can use their benefits here on campus. And so that's a commitment, you know, that they've made to us, and that, you know, I think I want to kind of reiterate that as, you know, I think something that I know would be important to this board. So we're very optimistic about this new relationship and looking forward to having them as a service provider, especially because, like I said, our students and our faculty employees have been so vocal about the need to have a high quality food service provider on campus. So I just wanted to share those 2 points.
I appreciate that. Trustee Zia?
Thank you. First of all, congratulations. It's great that we have you on board. I have some of the questions and comments have already been made. I want to echo Vice President Malauulu's point and Dr. Munoz about CalFresh and affordability for our students. I just, did I misunderstand? Was it $7 to $10? What's the minimum amount? And then what, do you have a plan or a way to address the students who are food insecure, and how are we going to make sure they're included and there's support efforts for them? I'd certainly advocate for that. Also, I know we are, I hate to say it, when it comes to food, we could do better as far as our wasting food. Is there an opportunity for us to look at conserving food, and if there's excess food, perhaps working with our basic needs office and really partnering with them? And then if there's further excess food, there's also a nonprofit, Nourish LA, that look for excess foods from restaurants and Feed LA for folks who are food insecure. So I just want to flag that for you. And then lastly, am I misreading this contract? I just want to better understand. How much is it $3,000 a month? Is it $36,000 annually? Where is the price, and is it escalating 3% every year? How much are we, where is the actual not to exceed value per year in the contract? What page? I'm missing this, but perhaps.
Bob can give specific numbers with it. This is a little different contract, just to note, than has been done in the past for food services. Because we're in transition, normally when you're doing, as you know, a food services contract, they're gonna walk in and there's a full kitchen and there's a full operation that they're gonna inherit. They're not inheriting that here. We're building an interim operation, so there's going to be a lot of startup costs. So initially, as part of the first phase of this first year of operation, we're going to actually anticipate losing money on it. We're going to be paying, and that's where the cost will go to Genuine Foods. The total for that first year, we're estimating at
it's a $36,000 per year fee for running food service operations.
Would you mind speaking into the microphone so the public can hear?
Sure.
And it gets recorded.
It's going to be $36,000 for the first year for the management fee for operating food services on campus.
And we anticipate that will turn in year 2. We're thinking it'll be better. Again, we'll have the coffee pavilion online. We'll settle into operations as we go. I'll let Bob speak to the food insecurity, but I'll say one of the things that really was a highlight in their presentation is their amazing use of technology and letting students know and marketing their services. And one of the things they talked about adamantly was that when they have catering events and there's excess food left over, they create email send out and a text message send out to students that are in the area to come, first serve, to come so that that food doesn't go to waste. They talked about the benefit of it helps them in terms of keeping it, not having to clean up as much, and also allows students. They talked about their partnership with our basic needs area in terms of providing food. One of the things we've made a modification over at our Pacific Coast campus is that the Viking Express is now our basic needs center, right adjacent to this. So again, we think the partnership between the two will be really great going forward in servicing and providing really necessary options for our students for them to move forward.
Great.
Yeah, so I'll just quick talk about the basic needs thing. So the program we talked about, I implemented that personally at Cal State Monterey, and we called it Otter Eats. So that's actually something we work with the basic needs committee. So they had an app. They used campustext.com. That was their overall how they notified emergency situations or just anything in general. And for this particular text message chain, you would sign up for it, and it was promoted through the basic needs committee or their office. So at Cal State, it was Joanne Slaughter who ran it. Anybody was allowed to sign up for it, but we specifically marketed students who we knew went there. We'll work with you guys directly on how we want to address any student with basic needs, how we did it there. Granted, it was different because it was an all-you-care-to-eat board plan. If they had a business card of any of my employees, a meal was free. So we would actually just give them stacks of business cards, of my business cards that the basic needs and actually financial affairs, or could just give them away if like something came up because they don't, they had nothing, like the financial aid's office didn't have like just cash, like here goes $10. So that was an agreement we came up with. So we'll come up with something with you guys that's specific to here, because again, it'll be a retail program versus like, here's just my swiping in. So we'll work with you guys specifically on what would be best to do that for here. As for CalFresh, we'll need to work with the college because it's not as simple as just, they don't get a credit card. And I'm not an expert on CalFresh, but for EBT, it's a separate terminal, which we'll definitely get, but we do need to work with you guys to get those pieces of equipment.
And I'm sorry, did I miss?
I'm sorry, your time is up, 5 minutes.
Oh, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm approving. It's $36,000 a year. That's $108,000, but the contract says $302,000. So it's not, the math doesn't work in my head. Just want to make sure that I don't misunderstand.
Because this is going to be, number one, we're going to have a mobile kitchen brought in. That's going to be a cost that has to be borne by the auxiliary. And there's also going to be purchasing of small wares to outfit the new Building E facility. So those are the two other costs. And we actually discussed this in the auxiliary board meeting because we had to adjust the budget accordingly. And we broke it out in detail on the budget that was submitted for the auxiliary board.
Thank you.
Sure.
I know Cal State Long Beach uses the same texting alert system, right? So when they have events, because I've been to events and said, look at all this food that's left over, they said, oh no, we send the alert out and all the students know where to go and they come get the food. So they've been doing that for a while. I'm glad that we're going to be doing that here.
They may have been the first ones to do it, and that might have been where, because they obviously Basic Needs gets together once a year for their conference. I think that may have been where it came from. And I think we bought the same app.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a little bit, and so I was going to ask about that too, so I'm really glad. Thank you.
And the college will manage the things. Like, I can't just go on my phone and text all the students. So it is there, because there is safety things of that. I get that.
Thank you. Trustee Ntuk, do you have any questions or comments?
Nope. All my questions were already asked.
Great. Dr. Baxter, did you have a comment?
I'll just make it quick. Trustee Zia and I are involved in Basic Needs, and we would buy $5 lunch tickets to give to students because we don't believe in giving money, cash. Would you be willing to set up something like that?
Yes, as a part of this program, you guys can do as many as you want. You can do unlimited. You can do $10 gift cards. That's part of this program with the ramp up. So we would help advise you on what the best amount is, or maybe it's just a free entree instead of a dollar amount. So yes, we'll work with that.
Thank you. Thank you all. It is time for us to take a voice vote. Board Secretary Reese?
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
But I'd like to see the value in the contract, and it's not in there. And I'm sorry, it's on me. I should have gotten my comments before, and that's why I'm voting yes, but I'm hoping we'll stick to this contract value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Item 9.1, new and/or revised board policies and administrative procedures, Chapter 3, General Institution, Board Policy 3050, second reading, and Administrative Procedure 3050, informational. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policy, Chapter 3, General Institution, Board Policy 3050. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, President Chico.
Yes.
I'd like to examine or propose a substitute motion. Given what was shared tonight by Curtis Williams, I didn't quite understand the touch points he covered that we may need to examine. So if it's possible to continue this item and look into what was the concerns that were raised with the disciplinary provisions, I'd certainly appreciate it, and I would make the substitute motion so we can have a more informed vote based on what was shared tonight.
Is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, so we are going to take, is there any discussion on this second, the friendly amendment? Dr. Munoz?
So just to provide some context, the BP and AP went through our process with the President's Leadership Council. One of the great things about these documents is they're living documents. And so I'm somewhat unclear in terms of what he was referencing, but I think what we could do and what I would recommend is the board can approve tonight's BP. And just as a clarification, the AP, which is probably the section he's talking about, is actually not a vote. It's informational, so it's gonna move forward after this reading. But we could circle back and have a conversation to better understand what he was referencing, and if it's appropriate, we can make additional amendments and bring those back forward. But this to go through our process, and I just wanna, again, remind folks, the board would only be voting on the board policy, which doesn't reference the pieces he was talking about. The actual administrative procedure comes before you as an informational item. So I just wanted to clarify those two things. But if there is, concerns about what was raised, we could always sit down, better understand what was being referenced, and then as appropriate, move those recommendations through our process. Because as I mentioned, we go through a process when we are examining BPs and APs for either creating new BPs and APs or reviewing them.
Yeah, I can accept that.
I just want to, I appreciate that. And since the AP is not going to make it back to us, I'd like to see it sunshine. That's why I'm making the suggestion, the friendly amendment, to continue it so we can see it back with the appropriate provisions if it's actually examined and warranted back to the board and sunshined. I don't think it hurts. I don't want to dismiss his point of view. I think it would be prudent for us to look at it, and if it makes sense, include it and then approve it at that point, perhaps the next month. That's
There's been a motion and a second for this substitute motion. Is there any other discussion? I see none. I will offer my thoughts. I appreciate that clarification, Dr. Munoz. I think that that's adequate. We can continue a conversation without having to bring that back. So I will be voting no on the substitute motion. Can we please have a voice vote, Board Secretary Reese, on the?
Can I just withdraw my second, and that would just?
Yes.
vote because it's you seconded.
Yeah, you can withdraw your second. Okay. So Dr. Baxter withdraws her second, so there isn't a second for the motion, so we are no longer voting on the substitute motion. We are going back to the original motion. Everybody keeps, I just hear. So we're going to go back to the original motion. Is there a motion to approve the recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policy, Chapter 3, General Institution Board Policy 3050? He made that motion.
That motion's already on.
Okay, and then who made the second? You did? Perfect. So now that that's been confirmed, can we have a voice vote on the original motion, Board Secretary Reese?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Aye. Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Nay, namely because of the points I raised earlier.
Thank you. Moving on to, there's no items for the Academic Senate, item 10.1. Academic Affairs, 11.1, new or revised board policy, Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4XXX, third reading, XXX. Was that just a placeholder?
Yeah.
Got it. Third reading as amended at July 12th meeting. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policy, Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4XXX, third reading as amended at the July 12th meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any discussion?
President Chico?
Yes, let's take trustee Ntuk first. Go ahead, trustee Ntuk.
Thank you. I just want to thank Dr. Munoz and Dr. Douglas for bringing back the revisions we talked about back in July. Again, want to also thank former student trustee Hernandez for his efforts to start this process last fall. This is a good example of collaboration with students to do a policy update that the OER is the policy of the campus. It does not infringe on academic freedoms, but it makes sure that we promote it, and there's a record amount of OER money available this year and next year in the state budget. That's really an opportunity for us to save students more funding and also sunshine what we're doing by having an annual report to the Board of Trustees of all the different courses. And so continue to highlight the good work that's happening on campus. So I just want to thank everybody for their support, and I'll be supporting this item.
Thank you, trustee Ntuk, for all of your work on this as well. Trustee Zia.
Yes, I wanted to offer my commendation to folks who spearheaded this. I would be remiss, since I was on the board when Trustee Kellogg, this was his baby he brought up at the time. And I want to thank my colleague, Trustee Ntuk, for executing that vision. And now we see it before us. And I also want to give credit to Dr. Hund. She incorporated OER in her curriculum or her teaching and instruction, and all those who have actually followed this model so it can be more accessible for our students and made the barriers removed. So I will be voting yes on this item.
Thank you for that additional information. Any other comments? See none. Can we have a voice vote, please?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Fantastic. Item 12.1, resolution direct payments. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 082323A to authorize direct payments as submitted. The Los Angeles County Office of Education, LACO, has requested that the Long Beach Community College District prepare a resolution authorizing district personnel to approve direct payments as outlined in the district's purchasing manual. The types of expenditures to be made by direct pay will be limited to utilities, benefits, local, county, state permits, fees, and licensing, board-approved institutional memberships, CalWorks reimbursement for child care services, transfer ASB funds received through the district accounts, student financial aid award payments made through third-party entities to students, settlements, employee reimbursements, table and event sponsorships, and rent payments to landlords as part of the Basic Needs Direct Aid. This resolution is valid through June 30th, 2027, and needs to be renewed prior to that date to carry it forward. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Fantastic. Any discussion? Hear none. Can we have a voice vote, Board Secretary Reese?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Great. There are no items for agenda item 13.1. So we will move on to Board of Trustees reports, 5 minutes each. We're doing really great on time. Just a reminder, we have a second closed session. So who would like to go first?
Well, I'll start.
Okay.
I'm always ready.
Yes, you are, Dr.
All
Baxter.
right.
Take it on.
Okay. This is what I've been doing in the past month. On July 26th, I attended John McFadden's funeral. He was the coach who passed away. And what I wanted to say about this was how many students were there and how well the college was represented with the athletic department and the students and the coaches, and that was wonderful. Also attended the athletic open house that day. Then on July 27th, I chaired the Todd Cancer Institute Board. on August 8th. I am on the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association Board, and I attended that meeting. On the 8th and 9th, the board retreat, and I want to thank President Munoz and all the vice presidents and all the people who facilitated putting that together, because it was a lot of work. And I want to laud whoever thought of doing 2 days, much better than 8 hours, you know. And I thought it was very, very worthwhile. Then on the 16th, I attended Rotary, and Dario, now you can put the pictures up. Okay, that's today. Mayor Richardson spoke at Rotary today, and I was so pleased with his presentation and his concern for our students. He mentioned the educational institutions a number of times, but just his whole concern about the city and where we're going. And I thought he did spoke for 20 minutes, so he spoke about a lot of things. But one thing he pointed out is he is the first dad to be mayor. And I started thinking about it, and I'm thinking, yeah, because it's usually been old people who, you know, unless, well, never mind, I won't say. But anyway, so he said that's what he looked at in his perspective, because he's looking to the future and how important it is that we take care of young people in this city, because they're going to be the future leaders. So anyway, I was very proud of the fact, and he recognized me, which was very, very nice. Okay, next photo. Then the week before, Duke Gibbons was there and talked about his partnership with Long Beach City College and what he does. His group, which is called Little by Little, helps the homeless. He's another example. He's in the Alumni Hall of Fame of somebody in our community who's trying to make our community better, and very, very proud of him. And then the next one, yes, I just wanted to point out the concert last Friday night, and it was outstanding. The turnout was fantastic. I do believe it was the first concert on the front lawn of the campus. We would have dances in the inner quad, and that was to keep people in and not leaving. And we would have concerts in front of the College Center. But as far as I know, in 50 years, this is the first one we had. And I want to thank Megan Kerr for participating in the airport, and also Carl Kemp, who put all this together and really made us look good, and the turnout was wonderful. And I think that's the last photo, right, Dario? Okay, so that is all. Oh, on Saturday, I cannot attend the Demo Chicks fundraiser, at which Vice President Malauulu is being honored, and I wish I would be there because I would say yay to her. But I'm putting on with the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association our end of the summer concert. So if you want to come to that at Pan Am Park at 4 o'clock before you go to the dinner for Vice President Malauulu, that would be great. And then lastly, we've had 3 retirees pass away in the last month. The first, Shirley Klein. Shirley was hired to work in the Learning Center at the Pacific Coast campus. She eventually got involved in student life and student activities. And then later in her career, she was scholarship coordinator at the Pacific Coast campus, and was a wonderful person, very dedicated to the students, and just a sweetheart. The second one is Al Chowan. Al Chowan was an LBCC alum. He was appointed AMS advisor, men's advisor. He was the first one that I worked with, a wonderful guy who ran the intramural programs. And in 22 seconds, Joanna Warner, and I'm going to hand this to you, President Chico. She taught office occupations, and again, a lovely person. So if we could adjourn the meeting in their memory. Oh, I made it.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. Trustee Zia.
Thank you. Wait, I'm going to wait for the clock to set before, just so I'm within the timeline. I don't muck this up. I'll be brief. I just wanted to echo Trustee Baxter's points that she made about the retreat. I already told this to Superintendent President Dr. Munoz and President Chico in my near 10-year, 9.5 years tenant. This was the best retreat I've attended. So Mazel Tov, big congratulations. I loved it. I loved the substance that was discussed. I loved the incisive dialogue. And also the discourse that we were able to engage in and really unpack some of these issues in a more, again, in-depth fashion. And I loved seeing everyone shine. It was fantastic. I'm really looking forward to the reimagining and seeing what will come out of what the plans for Pacific Coast Campus. I've been on this board long enough to remember that we had a seat at the table for the Pacific Coast Campus representative. I know it's going to be uncomfortable for us, but I don't mind being uncomfortable having a slimmer chair seat, but I'd like to see representation of our Pacific Coast Campus AVP, Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, perhaps at the dais. She has a seat at the table, and I'd like to hear from her if it's possible, if we can examine that. I'd love to see that. Her voice is very valued and matters. With that, I want to leave you with someone who is who invented the frequency hopping, and it was one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood. Her name was Hedwig Keisler Lamar, and it paved the way for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. And what she said really resonates with me, and I've included in my quote, my sign-off quotes, and that is, people are unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Love them anyway. If you do good, people will accuse you of selfish alternative motives. Do good anyway. The biggest people with the biggest ideas can be shot down by the smallest people with the smallest minds. Think big anyway. What you spend your years building may be destroyed overnight. Build anyway. Give the world the best you have, and you'll be kicked in the teeth. Give the world your best anyway. So with that, I conclude my remarks, and shout out to Hedy Keisler Lamar.
Thank you for that quote. It was wonderful. Trustee Malauulu, Vice President Malauulu?
Sure. At our last board meeting, I was actually attending a NALEO conference, which was the 40th anniversary of the NALEO big annual event where boards are elected. I'm entering my second year serving on the national board of NALEO, and it's a great experience. I specifically have made it my mission to expose our national Latino elected and appointed officials to what Long Beach City College is doing, to what higher ed our priorities are, especially at the community college level. And I'm hoping that within the next couple of months, my efforts are fruitful, because I'm trying to bring NALEO to LBCC to host one of their events here. We have annual events in safety and education and other national priorities. And I really want NALEO to come on campus and show the world what we can do and what Long Beach City College has done, and being able to talk about the many wonderful programs and opportunities that we provide our students with is a great source of pride for me. A week later, I was in San Antonio. So the NALEO conference was in New York, and a week later I was in San Antonio, and these are my weekends, right? The NALEO one is on my own dime and time. So this is time that I devote outside of regular trustee work to be able to advance our mission. On July 26th, I was here on campus celebrating Trustee Chico's birthday, but also the culmination of our swim program on campus, which is a really great event. Thank you to LBCC Foundation. Thank you to our athletics department for doing an outstanding job with that program. Being around the kids and seeing that lifetime love of learning and pool safety is just wonderful. So you should all be commended for that. On August 1st, I attended an event through the Port of LA with SA Recycling. And the reason why I bring that up here in this report is because we have had a previous partnership with SA Recycling, training some of our students through the trades, and I'm hoping that we could initiate something like that in the future. And then on August 2nd, I attended the Port of Long Beach education event. A week later, we had our retreat, and with that, I hope everyone is having a good, restful summer, and that we're all gearing up to have a wonderful college day this Friday. Look forward to seeing everyone. And above all, have a great first day of classes next week. I am back to being a student for the first time in 23 years. I'm not as sharp as I used to be. I started that for the third time in my life. I started my doctoral program. Hopefully third time's the charm and not 3 strikes, you're out. But I'm already behind on one of my assignments, technical difficulties. So I'm 2 weeks in and I already cried. So, and I've already said I quit like twice, three or four times I've wanted to quit. And last night my husband wanted to watch a movie and I said those magical words, I have homework. So pray for me because it's gonna be a rough couple of years. But I'm gonna do it, so I'm holding myself accountable. So thank you, everybody. Have a great first week next week, and I'm right there with you.
Thank you for all of your representation outside of LBCC. It's been wonderful, and you're going to do fine. You're a smart cookie. Trustee Ntuk, do you have your board report?
Yes, and please let me know the time. I cannot see the clock.
Sure, no problem.
But just a couple updates. One, I think from our last meeting, we did participate in the Long Beach Pride Parade. It was a great celebration across the city. Just want to thank Dr. Munoz and the team. I think this was our biggest turnout as far as Long Beach City College students and employees. We really had a great day of just celebrating, being inclusive and making connections. And one of the connections I made that was with Equality California. They were marching in the, the illusion. Okay, there it goes. I can see the timer now. We were in the parade together and made some connections about potential partnerships with the college and had a really good meeting this week about speakers, civic engagement. They do voter registration and outreach for students, but also just a number of opportunities to partner with them. So just kudos again to everyone who helped organize the Pride Parade and the partnerships that came out of that. 2, there is art fundraiser coming up. I wanted to highlight. It is going to be on September 28th. It's called Emerging into Arts. It's a societal action and benefit for our college students, and there's going to be a student award there. It's September 23rd, 5 to 8 p.m. You can sign up online, but just want to promote that event coming up. Also want to thank the team, Brad, Carl Kemp, everyone who came out to the Long Beach Uptown Jazz Fest at Houghton Park this last weekend. We had a big turnout of residents and folks from across the city come out. This was the 12th annual Uptown Jazz Fest. We were able to table and get the word out and speak from the stage. Really a great opportunity to talk to everyday people about the opportunities we have at Long Beach City College. So that was a great event to attend. And then lastly, I was able to attend the West Side Promise kickoff about the 10-year commitment to investing in West Long Beach. Similar, the mayor is promoting similar to the Uptown Renaissance, is looking to do a West Side Renaissance and really bring public-private philanthropic dollars together to invest in our West Side of Long Beach. And so was able to represent on behalf of Trustee Malulu and be there in attendance, and it was really nice community event of just neighborhood leaders, nonprofit leaders, elected officials from West Long Beach. So it was really, really nice to attend. And that's all I have. And just also welcome everybody back to the fall semester. I think this is our first, fully in-person post-COVID semester and academic year. And I'm really looking forward to all the successes and welcome everybody back to normal as much as we can post-pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ntuk. I'd also like to thank staff for this past Monday. We sometimes have to make really tough decisions, and I know that the decision to go remote on Monday in light of what we were expecting from Hurricane Hilary was a very tough decision for our administration. I know that there were some people that were impacted and were not happy. And I understand those challenges, but I also don't challenge Mother Nature. I don't second guess Mother Nature. And I'm so grateful that this institution, that this city, that we all were prepared. I think it was a great, it was good for us to have this practice run. We all know what we're doing, and in an event of an emergency now, I think sometimes it's difficult to ramp up when you haven't practiced in a while. And thankfully, we weren't hit. People criticize either way. You didn't do enough, you did too much. I think that you all made the right decision for our college, and I appreciate that tough decision and all the work that went into protecting and preparing our college. So thank you. Also, the Pride Parade, you saw the beautiful video. Everybody was there. I've been saying if you invite them, they will come, and that's exactly what happened. We had so many people. It was great to hear the crowd chanting LBCC. I had so many people tell me afterwards, wow, LBCC rolled deep. There was an army. You guys were the best entry. You were so loud, and so we just brought the excitement. We brought it. And so thank you, everybody, for participating. I was able to talk to some of our fantastic students who felt safe expressing themselves, walking with us down the Ocean Boulevard. It was beautiful. It almost brought me to tears because this is exactly what we want. We want to engage, embrace our community, and provide that safe space and let everybody know how proud we are of who we are. The board retreat was fantastic, and I want to thank my colleagues for the input that they provided, the constructive dialogue that was given. I was so proud of the collaboration of all of us. I want to thank our staff for putting this all together. It was beautiful, for our executive team for being honest and for sharing with us your perspectives is incredibly important. We don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes. You all are like magic makers, and you make it happen, and we get presented with the results. But to hear about the process and hear about your feelings and pride is just, it was invigorating and it was important. So we appreciate that. And I want to give a special thank you to Michelle. Michelle, you have done a great job in monitoring, maintaining, managing these meetings. So thank you so much for all your hard work. We appreciate it. Last, I want to also congratulate and thank Dr. Baxter and Councilwoman Megan Kerr for putting on a fantastic concert here on campus. I can't wait till we do it again. It's so important for us to open this campus to the community so that the community is comfortable here and that they want to be here. I know that my 8-year-old nephew Asher, my 7-year-old niece Ella loved it. They were all over the place. Camille made a fantastic fun zone for all the kids that were there. Ella and I were dancing machines. I was like all sweaty after. But it was just so much fun. We had such a good time. And I know that everybody there did. Having the vendors, we had, you know, our other elected offices represented there so that people could go and visit and get information. The resources were fantastic. So kudos to everybody who had a hand in pulling that off and putting it together, because it was really incredible. With that, welcome back to LBCC. I hope you have a fantastic first day. And just again, I'm really so proud to be here right now with all of you. We're doing great work and we got to keep it up. Thank you. We're going to 4.2, board committee reports, but I don't believe we have any board committee reports. So are there any public comments on non-agenda items? See none. We'll move on to our second closed session. So we will now recess at 7:51. 7:51. Thank you. we've returned from closed session, and we will now adjourn regular session at, what time is it? 9:41. 9:41. Everyone have a great evening.
Thank you.
Hi.